Ah. I'll be on here in just a minute, boys and girls. Oh, come on now. So we are locked into. We are locked into what? Yeah, I know. I haven't slept in like days. Okay, so we're in this. We're in this. Tighter, guys. Oh boy. Good morning. So, see this yellow box right here? We could trade all the way up to about 604ish. There's another box too. This one right here. We only have one more day left. It's kind of hard right now. If we had one more day this week, I would say we'd do this one. Then we do that one. Then we do that one. We only have 2 days left. So it's not exactly hold on here. Matter of fact, let's go to a 1 minute so I can show you this. There's 1 o'clock. There's 10:30. We're a little overextended here, but that's okay. We fucking cranked right there. You see it? And there could be one more hit right here. We could easily go up right here, like no problemo right here. And give me like 5 minutes. I have to take a quick shower and drink some coffee. I just woke up. I've been burning the midnight candle like crazy. But I'm just waking up right now. I just wanted to see where we were here, and if, as a matter of fact, we'll just like that, clean that up a little bit. We're going to review some of the mechanics of the Vixpiration OpEx trade. How you guys doing? Told you guys I never sleep. But I was pretty tired. But plus last night we spent time inside the Discord. We were up chatting last night, and there's our one right here. Here's the pivot points, and we'll chat about the stuff where we're heading and stuff like that. Just give me like 5 minutes, literally not 5, but give me like 5-10 minutes. I'll be over here in just a minute. Be here by 11 a.m. But I'm just dragging my ass a little bit. It's been a very busy, like, I think the quarter has been busy. We'll talk about here in a minute. I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes there. Ah. It's like last night I this. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Now I'm just kidding here, but hold on a second here. Your 3-year-old is awake now? Yeah, I didn't. I literally, I didn't take a shower. I didn't even hop in. I just, I literally took my head, put it in the water, and doused my head with water. Took an electric razor and shaved myself. Threw on a new shirt. Threw on some shorts this time, not pants today. It is summertime. I'm feeling so giddy and excited. We got so much to talk about here. Well, first off, hang tight here. Pluck one nose here. I'm dedicated. All right. So, I think my shirt might be on inside out. It's possible. I think there's a fair possibility that my shirt's not inside. I might have to flip my shirt on here in a minute. But so I spent a lot of time last night. Well, first I'm blabbing with the community and stuff all night long. We just like kept talking and talking and talking. But I did spend some time last night just trying to proof possible outcomes for the summer and most probable outcomes, stuff like that. We're gonna go over. We just went over yesterday this spot up, vol up trade on this show. We're gonna go into the hold on here. Hang tight. Okay. We're going to then talk about the other side of this trade, if I can, today. If I can't, tomorrow. Today or tomorrow, though, we're going to get at the other side of the trade, look at the other side of the trade for the next quarter. Last night, I gave you a quarterly preview, in-depth quarterly preview of what to expect in the upcoming quarter. Now, there's a bunch of stuff we got to go over that wasn't in that quarterly preview. We have to go over actual trades. We have to go over more in depth the DivX, expiration, OpEx, month end, finer points. Now, I do want to warn you, like this morning, that we're going to exit for the next 3 weeks. We're going to exit the easy trade. If you found it, let me preface this. If you found trading the last month or so difficult, or you were drinking the Kool-Aid and you got it wrong or whatever, well, let me let you know. We're going to move from the easy trading to the intermediate trading the next 3 weeks. If that's the case and you got torched you may want to sit on the sidelines only at major inflection points or event datas or data to get long or short, because there's a lot of whipsawing that goes on in this time period. So things get spicy. Hold on one second here. I like nice, clean glasses here, and glasses have little fingerprints all over them. I'm very particular about some things. Kind of like a clean freak sometimes. Not sometimes, but like my glasses and my hands, and I got kids. They're dirty. So last night I posted that we are in the tractor beam of Vixpiration. And that nothing is going to stop this train. Nothing. Nothing. I don't care what happens. I don't care if World War fucking III happens. And you need to understand that. And I don't care what people tell you anywhere out there. As a matter of fact, a lot of you yesterday, I'm not mad about it, but a lot of you yesterday were drinking the poison yesterday about World War III with Iran and Israel. And I tried to tell you, it ain't going to matter. And we are trading right now 602.91. So if it really mattered, we'd be at zero today, and we are not. Fake futures, fake Globex, and fake scam bullshit World War III does not do it. It's not going to do it. You got to understand that over the course of a quarter, we wind this market up, putting all kinds of different trades on. I mean, you're talking crazy huge. And then when we come into each month of a quarter, we crank it even more and crank it even more, and then we crank it even more. So we're like piling even on to quarterly expectations, right? And then as we get to the end of a quarter, the dynamics of that wound up market or this wound up market becomes more dynamic and begins to change ever so slightly. And this market can stay wound up or shift after or closer and after the end of the quarter as new flows come into it. Sometimes directionally we stay the same. Sometimes we make a major shift. Sometimes it takes an extra month. Sometimes we do not unwind. And we wind it even up even more and more and more. So if you think, a bombing in Iran and Israel is going to change that, you're out of your mind. Now, there might be a window where we can change our flows to reflect that war. But theoretically, nothing stops this train. If that were not the case, our stock market would explode. And I know that a lot of you want to see banks bankrupt every week of the year and dealers bankrupt every day of the year. That is not how this works. A lot of you think that the stock market is your market. It's not. Sorry, it is not. Trading 602.72 right now. But inside of the Discord last night, I spent some time in there because People are like, oh, like we're all fucked, and you can see now that you're now a veteran of the Israeli-Iran conflict. Some of you are already you've already had 2 tours, right? Some of you are like 1-star combat veterans. Some of you are 2-star combat veterans, and some of you are now 3-time, right? World War III begins tomorrow. And then everybody recedes to the background, right? Now we got a chat here. Are you guys talking about 3-year-olds? I'll be honest with you. I never thought I would feel like this. I have a friend who's got young children, and he's like happy, joyous, and whatever. But I'm now officially at that age where I'm like, fuck that. I don't have any more. I don't have any more energy to raise the 3-year-old anymore. It's so much work, dedication. I did my part. Kids are like, there's so much time, so much money and effort. Now, we don't know the exact behavior of quarterly OPEX. We don't. There's too much going on to be able to predict exactly what this quarterly OPEX, what this end of quarter is going to look like. But we can do if it walks, acts, talks like a duck, and we can get a general idea of what to look for. So what we're going to do this morning is we're going to take a quick peek at just one example. I've got a few, or I've got 2 of them. Hold on, hang tight here. But we're going to look at one in particular. So history may not be exact, but oftentimes it rhymes. Okay? Oftentimes it rhymes. Here's your next target right here. Looking for 603.99. 603.99. Oftentimes it rhymes. What the hell's going on here? What the hell that is? Had that hiding in the background? And mechanically, we're going to have a little chat about right here. Right about here. And we could actually, I want to do a big blow up and then we'll come back and look at this later, but we'll get a little bit closer here. But this is this week right here. And this is Thursday. We hit the prior high from Wednesday on Thursday. And we snapped up into a failure of that prior high and then dumped. But more importantly, this is VIX right here. More importantly, we stayed kind of flat, right? On Friday morning, key inflection point, we held it. And then we blasted higher into Monday and then into Tuesday and Wednesday open for expiration in this example. Now, notice how we didn't catch the high print until Monday and Wednesday. Higher. Higher, 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 higher. We're trading 604 right now. Like trading 608, 610 into the expiration. Now, we unwound here on the opening bell of expiration, and we went down, but we held trend again. And then we went sideways into quarterly OPEX, squoze up on QUAPEX day, and then blasted to the depths of hell. But at the next key inflection point, we held on again. So this is like the month of, or this is the window of weakness, right? Window of weakness, of expiration held. Window of weakness, quarterly OPEX held. Grind sideways into month end, squeeze up, and then all the way down to support. Big move on month end here. And we're not even talking about quarterly or DivX yet. So just like tractor beam. And then here on July 3rd, this would be our next, this would be, you know, July 1st through the 3rd, as everybody goes on vacation, we held trend again at a key inflection point. And we actually ramped into the holiday close. And that signified the go-ahead breakout. And we just rip into what? July expiration. And then we faded the summer trade, didn't we? We went all the way down, suck it up here. This is month end. Notice that the dealers, everybody gets bared up over here. And they didn't print month end of July. They actually fucking fucked the bear until the first week of August. Can you imagine having like bear puts? And you're right here and you're like, oh, bro, we're going to make so much money down there. And they saved the down move for a week after all the options expired. It's a lot like this, isn't it? Right? We want to trade 610, bro. They do the print after all the options expire, right? Same thing over here, right? Whoop. Yeehaw. Print it now, baby. So there's some key takeaways here, isn't there? If we look on an hourly basis here, you look here at the prior high. This is the pre-market high, 606.48. And you have an expectation of printing 6,100. And let's theoretically say that's right about here. Can you hit it now? Can you dig it? Sure. Sure, you can hit it now. But if all these weekly options or fail it, but if all these weekly options die I can then swing high next week to hit it, can't I? Or not maybe get over it, but, you know, get up there on Monday. And then what? Wait until after Vixpiration and after OPEX and hit it, right? Whoop. So next week, week after, actually get above. I mean like that, bros. Whoop. So we're in a tractor beam into Vixpiration and OPEX. And we're going higher. Unless we break what? The daily trigger. If we hold the daily trigger and we start cranking up and to the right through the window of weakness, we are staying on the summer trade. And that trade is a doozy, isn't it? That trade's a doozy, isn't it? History rhymes. Even if it may not be exact. Same playbooks, same algorithms. Now, what's the easy trade here? Well, the easy trade is you get a bunch of what? Furus on FinTwit, Furus on YouTube, Furus on TikTok, Furus and what? Reddit, StonkTwits, CNBS, Bloomberg. We got straight up scams in newspapers today. The last Fed meeting, some of you liked the line of questions. I thought it was disgusting. Every question was the FinTwit zeitgeist. My eyes were on fire or bleeding. It was literally regurgitated crap from FinTwit. Asking the wrong questions, garbage takes. So just look at this here. Looks like they like to run similar programs, doesn't it? Always selling the sizzle, right? You don't need to call where we're going for the summer now. You don't need to point right now and say we're going down to the depths of hell. We're going to make new market lows, bro. We're coming into quarterly OPEX, window of weakness, going to zero. You can make some posits. You can say, okay, coming into a new quarter, Q3, we know that we have a tail risk for bulls in seasonality with NASDAQ. That should outperform. We also know that we enter seasonality for volatility in bonds, right? Treasury market. So you have bull tail risk. That shows, that's reflected here. We have entering volatility, and we can get volatility on the buy and sell side, can't we? So all else equal, we can get the upside volatility and then the downside volatility once we're in the tails of the volatility season. we should also expect the bond boys and the bond vigilante stands to make their case early. Even if you shouldn't be getting into bonds until later in their season, they know if they make these doom videos that eventually they're going to be right, right? But is it something we can trade today? Bear? Not really. What if it comes early, Cap? All right, it's possible we get economic conditions deteriorate. Iran, Israel, World War fucking 1000 starts. I don't know. Martial law. Whatever it is that you're coming up with for excuses and reasons as to why the market should burn. Okay, so let's take a peek over here and here in fall. So you could theoretically try to capture volatility and come back down later in time for a print, right? We're at a pretty good price right now, right? 600. So we're here. I mean, that's softball side of the barn, right? If we break down early, we probably are going to the same place. Or if we lose the market, even better. So that's one trade. But you can be buy curious. You can take a trade that could print from now into late summer, early fall. And you can also look back at the chart that I just showed you where they didn't actually fucking print it until the week after. So let's say you were thinking August, September, or September, October, end of month, you may want to add an extra week. Instead of September 30th or 31st, you want to go what? October 5th, 7th? Or August 31st, September 5th? To get that last leg down. And then you have to stay committed to thesis. Can you imagine looking at this chart right here? Look at this chart right here. Can you imagine right here, you're coming into August 31st and you just get gaped? Do you know what kind of will and commitment it takes to stay in the position to get the hammer down the week after month end? That ain't easy. So even just managing this trade is not easy, is it? Capturing upside volatility, have negativity for end of summer. Wham, finally catch the print. That takes dedication, emotional discipline. Right? Not an easy trade to put on. Looks easy while we're here. We're going to do this, then we're going to do that. But it's not easy for a lot of traders. You think it's easy till you get there and you're managing it. Till you get to July 31st and you're actually up. You didn't get the print down for the last day. Everybody's like, woo, we're going to break out, bro. We're going higher. And you succumb to what? What do you succumb to? Bullshitters. Drinking Kool-Aid, bull Kool-Aid, bear Kool-Aid, does not matter. So you got to like research your thesis, put your trades on, manage them, and manage and trade your trade. So I kind of like the bear trade here. I told you that there'll be inflection points. We have like a window of weakness to move up or down. And you're going to be given some moments in this tractor beam into OPEX and quarter end to put some hedging on. So you can put your hedge on like right now, from now into July 3rd. You're going to, on a high, have the ability to execute a trade to hedge out your next quarter. You can express that with a put spread of some kind, whatever you want. Calendars, diagonals, buy this, sell that, capture OPEX, vol, capture Jerome Powell vol, exposure to low vol for highs. You can catch a nice little print over here, can't you? Now, once you place that trade, you can put it into a laptop on a different brokerage. Close the laptop. Set a little alert on it. Ding, 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 ding. Got the print, baby. Just got an email. You're in the money. Take the money and run, bro. Congratulations. You managed it. Don't listen to anybody telling you this and that and all the other stuff. Stay committed to your trade. That's a pretty good payoff over here, right? What is that? Say you're like right in here, but there. Here's June 30th. That's a 5% trade right there. That was pretty good. High probability of an outcome in your favor. Don't care if it goes all the way up here, then trades all the way down here. Not bad. Probably have about a 70% chance of that trade printing. 80. I think if you put it into the builder, probably say like a 50% chance, 60% chance. That's pretty high. Higher than Vegas. I think that trade's good for like a 50, 60% chance of a print. So you have that thesis, you got that trade on. Next up, if we don't violate the daily trigger, you don't care if we don't break down early. You don't care if we have to wait to get the print later on. On any successful back tests, meanwhile, you can trade what? The hourly trigger dip buy and the daily trigger dip buy. And you know that cyclically, there are places to do that from now into at least mid-July, maybe even August. There's also a range trade in here too, right? See it? So maybe there's a little bit of high here, but if you wanted to do a fly or a condor and it didn't expire until, sometime close to the end of July, monthly condor. Look at that. Beautiful. Not so bad. So you got that trade. Or within the month, you can put on a call spread. You know that on a low, and the best time is probably just after this key inflection point the first week of July. Right around July 3rd, if we hold support right before we go on vacation, right? Not the 30th or like we did in May, but the first week. And we already know that the first week of June or the first week of July and the last day of the quarter falls on a Monday. So we've got June 30th is on Monday. The 1st is on a second. Or the 1st is on Tuesday. 2nd is on a Wednesday. 3rd's on a Thursday. And then we go into amateur hour. You know, where 4th of July falls on a weekend. So you could posit that on July 3rd, if we have not lost support and we're heading into the close and we're ripping, you could theoretically put yourself on a beautiful call spread with an expiry around what? July of expiration or July OpEx. I would extend that trade out in case they decide not to print it until OpEx. Maybe they fade us down and then hit OpEx, then we get the unwind. You could even theoretically put more time on the trade like we did on this call spread. Right? I'm going to put June 20th on it. And I'm going to hope I get the prints before then. We got the prints yesterday, didn't we? We hit 6:05 yesterday at 10 o'clock in the morning. So you could even look for that call spread. You got your hedge on the market. If we hold the inflection points, you could then be like, oh, we're going to go right here, Cap. And I'm going to date price or time out to, let's say, the 30th. Or maybe even the first week. Well, Cap, how can you have this like bear trade on and this bull trade on? Well, I can because if I hit this early, ding, 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 chicken dinner. Then I've got this other trade on, and then that one hits. Or if this one, I don't want to do this one where we go up here and it doesn't hit till here. My spread gets murdered, and this one gets murdered. So at least I've won one out of two trades. So time on both. Hope for the early print here and the big print down there. If I only get this one, so be it. Or better yet, I date this one for September, October instead of August, September, and I get both prints no matter what. Whoop, this one took a little longer than I expected. Cha-ching. Oh, it's going to take a little while to get down here. Now it's September, October. Cha-ching. Cha-ching. Pro trader. Price or time? So I like September, October better than August, September for the bear trade. I like the inflection points next week if we hold trend into the last trading day of next week. If we start ramping the close, I like the idea of going bull, too, with more time on it. Maybe like a first week of September print on that side of the trade. And you can look like a rock star. You can be rich. You don't need to call. Look at that beautiful thing right there. That's a fucking beautiful thing, isn't it? You don't need to call both sides. You can have bull on, bear on, and you're just looking for these big, giant layups, right? Or, you know, like big rainbow shots. Look like you're Michael Jordan. And then you can go and take the rest of your summer off, can't you? I got my trade on cap. I knew exactly where those inflection points were on the upside. And then I took my downside inflection point trades, put those on cap. I'm going to close my laptop now. I'm going to stop drinking the fucking Kool-Aid like you always tell me. Stop consuming garbage media. And whenever it's time to take a print, I will. Does that make sense? Puts are expensive today. Trading 602.41. I want you to know, listen closely, okay? Yesterday's high and today's high offers your first upside inflection point. Write this down. Get your pencils and your crayons out. Pick up the round crayons off the ground. And those of you with triangle crayons, good job. Gold star. Yesterday and right now is your first high side inflection point. You may or may not be offered two more. Your next potential high is on Monday in the middle of the day. Your next potential high is then on the close of Tuesday and the open of Wednesday of next week. You're going to be given three potential places to hedge the summer. I just gave you the dates. It was yesterday, but we're right there again today. Close enough, horseshoe and hand grenades. You got three chances. Three. Do not come back. Like, oh, Cap, I didn't do it. It's excuses to me. If you're looking for the high side of a summer hedge, yesterday and right now, Tuesday close and Wednesday close of next week. If you're looking for a downside for a trade, right? You're going to be given three chances. Ready? This Friday low, although I don't recommend it, but this Friday low, you could throw on a long call spread or even the long side, the bottom side of a fly or a condor. You're going to be given another opportunity, end of the day and expiration. The day after quarterly OPEX, end of day. Month end, end of day, that's the 30th. And then the 3rd of July, end of day. Now, personally, I think waiting on the bottom side is best on July 3rd so that you can see the behavior of do we hold or not. There's a lot of flows coming and going. We don't know if the market's going to unwind or not. If this market holds up, though, it will not unwind. If you look at March 31st of this year, Q1, we did not unwind because we did not break out of downward trend. So if we do not break out of the downward trend here, or the upward trend. In this case, in the inverse, if we don't break out of downward trend, you can probably get the other side of a trade for summer. So all of you condor guys and fly guys, your window is right now on the upside, and your window for the bottom side gets better around July 3rd. If you want to construct that trade between here and there, and you want to mid-max your trade, and I want you to realize something here. However you express that trade, put the trade on, stay committed to it unless you're proven otherwise or price proves otherwise for you. And stop fucking consuming so much garbage out there that tries to pull you out of your position. Trade your trade unless there's like something really wrong with it. Until your thesis is what? Wrong. Not some guy telling you it's going to be wrong. And remember that you're not here for internet points. You're here to make money. You're here to beat the market. You're here to stick your hands down in the pockets of the very filthiest, disgustingly rich people. They're not going to see you reaching your hands in their pocket. They are filthy rich. It's disgusting how rich they are. They're not going to notice you going in there and taking out $500,000, $1 million. They're not going to see it. They're not going to miss it. And there's going to be so much money coming in from other people that give it all back. And you don't want to be a part of that crowd. So we're coming into a good time of year, aren't we? It's the summer trade extended. You're going to stay with the market. You're going to trade with the market. It feels good, doesn't it? Put your trades on, you stay with the market, you get out of your trades. Meanwhile, you're watching people with their hairs on fire. People trying to scrape up $1 on the day before vacation. I got to make it all today on July 3rd, bro. You're like, I'm just wrapped up this trade. I'm trying to put another trade on here, bro. I'm sorry, man. No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm LDGen with you. I'll do some day trading with you, man. But what do you think's gonna happen, bro? World War III? No, man. Just gonna trade my trade over here, build it out, get a nice fat print. So we just came out of a trade, right? So now you're trying to roll yourself into your next trade. And there are some great opportunities here. Great opportunities for flies, condors, far out in time, hedging, put spreads dated far out. Great way to buy a bottom, trade up, capture the upside move, spot up, vol up. Some great opportunities here. The window is here. Right now. And I hope that you don't get left behind. I really do. I really hope that you are able to jump on one of these trades. Build one of these trades out because they're high probability winners. It's very difficult to not win, no matter the outcome. Now, about those trades. I do not have any sponsors on this show. I don't sell bullshit, none of that stuff, not Furu. But I am very close friends with some great traders. There are people that know more than I know and what they're good at. There are people that watch this show. They're like, oh, this guy knows. He knows. What do you guys say about me? Sometimes you guys say, yeah, Jim James knows, or he knows where everything is in the market or something. Market awareness, I think people call it. And you'll get some guy that's like, oh, all I do is watch the option chains 9 months out or a year out or 6 months out. All I do is trade condors or flies or calendar spreads or verticals or whatever it is they trade. I only trade futures. So, luckily, our community has those people. So if you're trying to build a trade, like, hey, I need some help here. We have those people here in our community that they're already building those things out. So this is a time for you to what? Be nice. Listen, watch, read, ask. As a matter of fact, we've got a guy named Vol Scott, right? He's a close friend of mine. Love that man. I know him in real life. My daughter's going to university right where he lives. Told my daughter recently, you have any problems, I'm going to call my buddy Scott, okay? We know these people in real life. I care about that man. Nice guy. So that guy's going to be around. 45 forever. John L. Condor LVR. David AMS. Winky Face. There's a whole bunch of these guys in here. There's more. Talking Monkey. Blind Nest Owl. The list goes on and on and on and on. The next 2-3 weeks is your time to begin to think or construct trades. I'm thinking this and that. Oh, this costs too much right now. Can anybody tell me why? Am I crazy with this time frame and this price target and this structure? Is there something better I can do? Hey, I normally just buy calls, bro. I did my first debit call spread with Cap. I loved it. I want to do something, though, that has more upside capture. Something that I can roll. I want to do something more complex. I made so much money I want to buy S&P 500, but I don't have enough. Oh, you can buy Ford, bro, and sell options against it. Okay, sweet, I got that money. So we're taking the next step right now. Use the time constructively. If you can, try. Maybe you're like, I don't have a big account cap. I missed the last trade. I got $1,000, man. How do I do that trade right now? So it's important for you right now over the next, think about this, stay with the market. While you're pointing at this or that, really, truly over the next 2.5 weeks, you should be thinking about constructing a trade to stay with the market. And the more that you get with the market flow, right, or the market's seasonality, even if it's early or late, maybe it's extended, maybe it's shortened, but you're able to stay with the rest of the market. Then you get a feel for the markets. And then you can start to see through the bullshit. You can start to be like, why are they talking about this right now? Oh, because we're coming into bond season soon. Why are they talking about that right now? Oh, they were selling 6,100. Yeah, I get it now. They're selling options on their positions. So wait a minute, they're going to tell me that we're going to go to 6,100, and then we get near it, they're going to tell me that we're not. Got it. Oh, and they were selling those calls for 6,100 on bullishness. Because, well, let's see, because they're excited, so they want the 6,100, so I get it. So they want to then sell these 61. Oh, and what? There's what's on there? There's points on that trade. Oh, and there's more juice for how long? As a matter of fact, we can roll into that one more time. No shit. Oh, and there's no kit. We might not hit that 6,100 until when? After this week into expiration? We'll probably sell more of those fucking things, can't we? Oh, Jesus. Now I get why they're so bearish or bullish. And we can begin a trade with the market. When you do that, your experience changes. Your hair is not on fire anymore. You're not panicking. Or the panicins. You're just making money. And then you can come back and degen, right? I'm making all this money. It's consistent. I'm with the market. I got some extra money. I know I lose my money at the lottery place or at the poker machines or at the casino. but I want to do some degens on a Friday. There's this DivX thing that might happen. Or, hey, there's a month-end thing. You might, like, blast down and rip up into the clothes. Throw some cheap-ass lottos on with these guys. And then life becomes enjoyable. Paying your bills, paying your taxes, staying with the market. Make sense? And life should get good. So, Volatility Wiz will be joining us. I don't know if it's today, tomorrow, or next week, but the next few days. He popped in yesterday. I'm going to shoot him a text message this morning and be like, hey, man, you want to pop in? There are others. I mentioned some of their names earlier. Hey, what are you doing, Winky? What do you think about right now, bro? What are you thinking about? Like, what's your thoughts on the next upcoming quarter? You don't even have to ask these people 3 or 4 or 5 times. You have to bug them. Just search their history. I'm going to type in at Winky Face. What's he say? Type in this guy's name. At your mom's butthole 69420. What's that guy doing? I know that guy makes a lot of money. Oh, he's talking about this and that. Oh, or maybe I'll ask him what he's saying right now. Hey, bro, when are you getting your next trade, man? You'd be surprised people try to help you. Or maybe somebody else asked that person. Right? Oh, that guy's talking about this. All right, so it's already been asked. So that didn't answer my question, though. I want to ask this one little finer point. And how do you ask those guys those questions? Well, last night I was hanging out in the Discord. We shot the shit all night long, didn't we? There was a bunch of us in there. We had a big, big conversation. We're talking about everything. Matter of fact, we're talking about politics from the perspective of being nice to each other. I don't agree with your politics. You don't agree with my politics. But we're, fucking around, chatting. I'm not there to fight with people. I'm there to make money. And they're there to make money. So we're nice to each other. We're hanging out. Hey, I'm looking at this Star Wars thing. It was great. I'm going to go down a rabbit hole and watch it right now, guy. And I'm laughing my balls off. And we have camaraderie. Get to know somebody. I'm not just in there going, hey, VolWiz, give me all your fucking shit for free, bro. Hey, VolWiz, what's going on, man? What are you doing? No shit. You like stand-up comedy? Fucking tell me some jokes, bro. You know what I mean? You going golfing this weekend, man? Dude, let me show you my golf clubs. Check out my battle station. Bro, I got a race car battle station. Bro, I do the truck sim. So you want to get to know people, hang out, right? Have a beer, relax, chill, make some bones with people. And be like, man, I've been a fucking losing trader, bro. My fucking P&L sucks. I'm tired. Tired of losing. I love that fucking racing sim, man. What are you doing for this quarter? I'm doing this. It's been working for me for 20 fucking years. Like clockwork. Tell me how you do that, man. How do I learn something about that, dude? Well, you do this, and learn this, and go read up on that. So you go read, watch a video or two, come back to the guy and be like, dude, I got it, but I don't. Can you tell me how I can wrap my head around this even better? By the way, let me show you. You showed me that that racing sim the other day, or that cool little stormtrooper thing. Let me show you what I watch. Bro, I just saw this movie, man. I got a link to where you can watch it for free. Got to watch it, dude. Let's talk about it afterwards. Okay. Before you know it, you're off and running. A lot of life is relationships. I want you to know that. Relationships matter. They really do. Someone asked me late last night, why are you awake? You never sleep. What do you do? And I was like, well, I'm not really drinking, drugging. I was like, people say that I am. I might have a drink or two or a few, but I'm not. I'm usually just sleep starved. Like, why? I was like, well, I'm doing research. I was like, I have family that I love. I like to work. I have friends in my community. Friends. And there's plenty of time for me to sleep when I'm dead. And that's what I'm doing, right? So the truth is, I'm trying to make money, right? Trying to make money out of the stock market. Trying to be close with my friends, my family. Trying to see every angle. I'm trying to make my trades bulletproof. And when my trade fails and the shit that I write is, you can burn it like it's toilet paper, right? I was wrong. I at least know the other side of the trade, don't I? I at least know how to manage the trade. I at least know how to shift if I need to. And that takes what? Time, commitment, relationships. Right? The be closer I keep the people in my life that I care about, you guys, my wife, my kids, my friends, the better my chances of being successful. So relationships matter. Even if you're an introvert. I read once recently, this guy said, I'm an introvert. I've never known he goes, I've been working with a guy for 10 years. I've never met his family, friends, and I've never got his last name. It's like, but I trust this guy with my life. And I thought that was fascinating. I was like, that guy has a relationship with someone that he works with every day in and day out. Never even knew his last name. Close as hell with him. It's important to have relationships in life, even if they're only based around what you're doing or have in common with them. Forget what you don't have in common with them. Think about what you have in common with them and why you're in that relationship. So we have Trade the Trigger. We have a Discord with a community. That's probably the best community I've ever been a part of. Not lying. It's really that good. Costs almost nothing. Not trying to push it right now. Keeps out the riffraff, the bullshitters, the Robin Hooders, those are the do-gooders. Not Robin Hood using Robin Hood, but like, free shit, not putting value on shit, not taking shit seriously, no skin in the game. So if you're looking for that kind of community, check us out. It'll change your life. Hang out with people in our Discord. This morning, I was talking to somebody early this morning. They said, I don't want to piss people off with politics. I was like, that's okay. Find some like-minded people. Maybe you worship, I don't know, maybe you think the earth is flat. Find people that have the earth is flat and create a DM group. Bullshit with each other. It doesn't need to be in the market chat if you're afraid to piss people off. Find 3 people you like and talk to them about stuff privately. I got people in this Discord that I check in with every week. Winky Face. Him and I have our own side chat. We chat every week. What's going on, man? Dude, what's going on with that stock? Dude, what's going on with that band, bro? We have a lot in common with music. In the summertime, I go and watch concerts and I go to raves, EDM, techno shows. I go to like a emo post-punk bands from like the late aughts and mid-aughts. He does too. So we have that in common. I'm like, bro, I can't wait for the show. I love EDM, right? Me and David AMS, I'm like, dude, I'm going to this thing this weekend. He's like, I'm going next weekend. Look at his pictures. I got a friend that's MAGA. He sends me memes. MAGA from right memes. I'm like, oh my God, that's so funny. Even though I don't agree with it. Those are relationships. Relationships are important. Keep them. Even if they're just on the internet or you meet them in person. A lot of these people I've met in life. Some of my best friends in my late adult life have, believe it or not, come from Twitter and Reddit. BluesSky. Og. I knew him on Twitter, but then I hooked up with him on BluesSky. Then I met him in real life. OG, met him in real life. Cool guy. Every time I go to Chicago now, hanging out. So you can meet some really good people. And the best part about the internet is there are some qualities to the internet. One of them is it's a bigger pond. You know, you go to your school, maybe you're not the coolest kid in school. You got a small pool of people you can be friends with. The internet, you can meet your best friend, right? Dude, you like this? I do too. Nobody else does. There are some positives to the internet, and this is one of them. If you have a lot in common, which is what? The stock market, you can make some lifelong friends. Believe it or not. Okay, so we're holding right now on the 1 and 5 minute trigger. It's 11:57. We know that at 12 p.m., there's like Cap's wasting time intentionally right now. He does this shit. He goes in these rants when he knows that we're going to trade sideways. Then we start to make a move. He starts shifting back to the market again. Does all these stories. We know that right around 12, 1 o'clock, things can happen, right? Up or down. We are at a market high right now for the day. So we may get a reversal to the downside in here. We could go higher. As long as we stay above the 1 and 5 minute trigger, the trade is higher. We still have not hit this target above here. We missed it right here. So maybe one more pump higher to 604.05. I am looking, though, for a roll at some point to the downside. Stay in line. Watch out for a reversal to the downside up here. Somewhere in here. R1 is 604.50. Let's take a look at SPX Gamma really quick. SPX Gamma blasted and slapped the ass of 6050. The target is 6100, though it may take us time to get there. May not get there until after Vixpiration and OpEx. We are on our way there, though. On SPX Gamma, we know that there's support currently sitting right here. They're buyers. We also know we're in the vortex of Vixpiration, quarter end. And what are people doing? They're buying, aren't they? Buy, 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 buy. You may get another opportunity. Buy, 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 to eventually get above 605. Then it's buy, 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 make a move up, come back down, right? Buy, 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 come back up, right? Buy, 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 bam, right? If you're looking for a deal, we have a downward move here. You can see it right here, right? Down, up, down. If we can get down here, right? 595 or so. Buy. Buy. Don't listen to the doom. Stop consuming the doom. We're tractor beaming up into OpEx, into Vixpiration, into the quarterly roll. We're not coming into expiration down here. Tractor beaming. We've been tractor beaming. Look for opportunities. They're right here. They abound. Here, 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 here. If you're a member, There's different levels of membership. If you're a basic supporter, if you go to the website, I update all the majors and all Mag 7 and all the degenerate shitco's on a website, a manipulated chart on the website for you. If you want the full suite, that costs more money. That helps us pay for development for other shit. If you want the ticker that you don't have access to, like, well, I'm trading something else, Cap, and I'm just a supporter, ask a pro trader to do a chart for you. Or ask, we have a dedicated round-the-clock Elliott Wave professional. We give Elliott Wave forecasts to for the whole market. You can ask that person, hey, can you get me a chart for this? And if they have time, they will. We have round-the-clock support. We have round-the-clock traders, 24 hours a day mostly, that'll get you charts that you need or outlooks or expectations on any time frame. 1 hour, 4 hour, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month, a year. I don't think anybody does that shit. Fuck no. It was like we need to raise prices again. We actually have never raised prices. We might be raising prices soon, by the way. As a heads up to you, we may be raising prices. Costs are increasing. If you're a member right now, you will not see a price increase. But if you're a new member, you might be paying more very soon. So if you want to join, now is the time. Okay. What else? There's one more thing here I want to talk to you guys about as we come into quarter end. So this is or two more things. I want to speak to you about two important things. First one is that quarterly expectation that you got last night. That's a preview. You're going to get that re-released to you with a bear trade if it presents itself, and some other trades as addendums. That would be a trade specifically for Vixpiration, OpEx, DivX. And because it's a preview, we won't know where the market stands until after we get out of OpEx and month end. Once the new collar comes on, we'll have strikes, so you'll get that information from me. You'll get a bunch more. That quarterly preview will turn into a quarterly outlook as time passes into the first week of July. Last thing I want to talk to you about. This is the creme de la creme. I want you to think about something here. I said on Twitter the other day that CPI should come in slightly hot. But in the future, you should hear calls for rate cuts, changes in language and stuff like that. I told you that we're going to have to watch PCE next month. This was before CPI came out. And how did CPI come out? It came out just as I said it would. Now, there is potential for the market to deteriorate over this year. Not guaranteed. We don't have a crystal ball. There are ways out of this shit. But I want you to know that there is potential for the economy and the business cycle to deteriorate between now and next year. I want you to know that we have to pay very close attention to unemployment and inflation over the next 6 to 9 months, like a hawk. Now, for forward-looking farther out in time right now. That doesn't mean panic. Doesn't mean spread doom. Doesn't mean we're fucked. Watch some fucking guy that I know on FinTwit last night post some stupid ass shit. Fucking doom seller. He's like, oh, there's so much trouble. Those numbers were terrible. No, they aren't. And you shouldn't be pushing that fucking shit anywhere. How about just be nice or be like, we should monitor this. We're at the monitor phase. So we should monitor that stuff. And why am I talking to you about that? For a few reasons. There are going to be windows for that doom. One of them is late summer, early fall. The next one should be February, January, February of next year. You remember when I told you in mid-February this year, I called the top, didn't I? I was like, it's time for you to wrap up your bull trades and start thinking about hedging and risk off. This was February 14th, 10:30 in the morning. There's a video. Go right to YouTube. Look at that video. I even gave you the range of outcomes and said we could go here, here, here. So, on that line of thinking, I also want you to think about something else negative. Because I get caught in this sometimes, even still. I want you to think about bull cycles. And when we're in the beginning of a bull cycle, we oftentimes, in the beginning of a bull cycle, you'll start with everything being bid up and spec growth. I saw an interview with Martin Shkreli. I can never pronounce his name, but he's an old school Wall Street bettor. He's the guy that had the Wu-Tang album. He went to prison for fraud. Farmer bro, old school farmer bro, old school Wall Street bettor. Smart guy, right? Hella smart. Old school Wall Street bets had some of the most gangster traders in it years ago. But he was talking to the guy from he was talking to a Furu from IONQ. And I made a comment on an interview that he posted on Twitter. And I thought it was comical. And the reason I thought it was comical was because this Furu is like a lot of guys that I find on YouTube. Like Meet Kevin types. You know, they know that you like this talk and you're trapped in it. And so they abuse that because of your emotions and your investment into these stocks. And they cycle through them over the years with you. And I find it kind of gross and disgusting. But there is a part of it that's not gross and disgusting. If they were just honest with you. But they're not. These furrows are not. If these furrows just told you, hey, look, it's a tale as old as time. At the start of every bull cycle, everything that's new or new IPO or new ideas or the soup du jour or ice cream du jour, they all get swept up in whatever the fashionable thing is for that bull cycle. And then they weed these companies out at the end of a bull cycle and they never come back again. Then we start a new bull cycle. Sometimes it's AI. Sometimes it's eugenics. Sometimes it's, I don't fucking know, pedicures. Or it's what? Currently, what's it been? Weight loss drugs was a big one, right? COVID drugs. Recently, it's been what? Nuclear power, solar, batteries, AI, robotics. At the start of this last bull run, if you've been a community member around here, you know that Winky Face was like, you know what Winky does, right? Some of you do, some of you don't. Winky's actually in that space, right? Robotics and AI. No, not robotics, AI. He knows a lot about that stuff. That's what he does his job. He's a bigwig. There's a couple other guys in our community that are like that too, right? And what did they tell you in the beginning of this? They were honest with you. They didn't lie. They said, yeah, there's like 10, 15 companies everybody likes in this one space. Now, this Martin interview is about IO and Q. And it's, of course, that's about big compute, right? Quantum computing. Hot topic. So as long as you're aware that at the start of each bull cycle, all these companies, or like CRISPR, all these companies, right? CRISPR technology, then you've got AI, robotics, whatever it is, all boats get lifted. But then eventually, as that bull cycle carries on, they weed out all these companies and stick with only the best. And then they get priced to their real market eventually, too. So if you just were a furu and you were honest about that, you'd be like, no, we're going to do it's a new bull cycle. We're going to run all these companies up, and then we're going to get out of them as bull cycles end. And the doom that I'm talking to you about the market or the economy or the business cycle deteriorating over time, there's something else we're running into right now, which is it's the start of the second half of the year, isn't it? We're in June. We're coming into July. And what happens at the end of this year? Tax loss harvesting, right? If there's potential for the economy or the business cycle to deteriorate, unemployment to rise, inflation to spike, or even just the bull market is maturing, you may want to do one of two things. One, if you believe in this bull cycle continuing into the middle of summer and the end of the year until that thesis is broken, you may want to look at some of the spec growth stuff you might be in and either acknowledge to yourself personally or, right, get out of those stocks into the end of the year if they've been losers. And this is going to carry on in a different conversation later about selling shitcos. If your shitco has not produced this year, there's a chance that it's not going to survive. If you're going to get trapped in something, you may want to get trapped. It'd be better to be trapped in an index if economic conditions, business cycle conditions deteriorate. I'd rather own the SPY or Qs. I'd rather own quality. Or maybe your shitco never really recovers. Summer trade ends early, trapped underneath in the fall. Oh my God, everything's deteriorating. Your shitco may never come back. So start to think about now about not getting trapped in September, end of year, and now you're tax loss harvesting into April. Or if you're going to do shitcos, maybe you roll out of something that's been cranking for 3 years and into something that's just recently been accumulated at the bottom. Right? So maybe shift your allegiance from one shitco to another. Something that's been a winner most of this year. Or if things deteriorate, be in something of quality. Something that you think will come back one day. An index, Mag 7, Amazon, Costco. Oh, give me that squeeze, baby. Go ahead, go up there and do it. So start to think about what you're going to trade into year end and into spring. Can you imagine like being in a dog and it never comes back this year? Or you've been in something that's been cranking, it's up 400% or 500%. Might be time to rotate. Never, ever marry yourself to a spec growth shitco. they're all shitcodes. They have CEOs. They have human fallibility. There's no CEO of SPY or NASDAQ. They rotate the best in and the worst out. There's no fucking fraud in NASDAQ. They're not pushing fucking electric trucks down a hill with Flintstone fucking feet underneath it. They're not rolling out flavored alcohol water beer that didn't take and then not tell you in an outlook. They're not trying to prove a market that hasn't been proven yet. You find out it's just not that big of a market. So you can always collapse down into the end of the year. Now, some of you out there will say, well, why can't I trade it down? You can. Just be honest with yourself if it does go into the shitter. So if your stock's been cranking to 500 and it's going down like this over the next 3 years, yeah, you can trade that. I think that's fine. But just be aware of it. Don't be the guy that's trapped up here and you're just waiting for that one big moment. Stop. Don't do that shit. Be honest with yourself. Companies come and go, especially in run-ups and bull markets. And then a whole new batch come in. You might be thinking, well, Cap, there'll never be no new shiny rock. But there always is. Every year, every bull run, there's always a new batch of companies that everyone loves. We got to get in this now. You don't want to be left behind in that stuff. You want to be able to jump from one to another, to another, to another. If one really shines, there's usually someone that'll tell you before we ever get there which ones they are. Winky did that with AI, didn't he? A couple of years ago, he was like, only these 3 companies are making chips, and only these 3 companies are doing real work on artificial intelligence. And people were screaming at him. They were like, fuck you, man. You don't know what you're talking about. Those people were in love with companies that are now burning and on fire. So don't get too married to your trades, especially in the end of year. Start thinking about, is this company been profitable this year? Don't be thinking to yourself, oh, it's going to come back end of year, bro. That's not normally what happens. If you have a dog all year long and we're coming in the middle of year, and it continues to be a dog, that sucks. I've been in it. It's horrible. You just watch that thing just get annihilated for the rest of the back half of a year. And you're like, oh, God, M&A season, maybe it'll get bought by somebody. Then you get, oh. Now the CEO's trying to take it private, wants to dump the fucking stock down to 0. You're just like crying. Oh, God, just get me out of this in any upside move. Before you know it, you got money tied up for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Don't do it. So think about that, too, when you're putting this summer trade on. Think about your love and commitment and investment in a company. Don't do it. Or at least beware that you can trade within the decline. And don't be telling everybody it's going to go to like $1 bazillion because you look like a fool. All right. We're done with all that. I've ever thought about doing a deal with Gamma Lab. Yes, I've spoken to him before. He wanted to do a collaboration, but we are working on our own Gamma stuff, and I have been working on that. Well, we have Gamma stuff, our own Gamma stuff. Have I ever considered doing a collaboration? Yes, we both have talked about it. I would like to interview him at some point. I think I talked to him about having him on the show. But yeah, I would do a deal with him. He's fucking smart. He's got kick-ass shit. Yeah, I could talk to him. See if he'd do something with me. I'd be down with something like that. We've looked at some other white label stuff. We're almost there to do it right now on our own. We have basic Gamma calculations we do, but I'd like to have something on our website. I have to talk to him some more. I haven't, but I will. I haven't had the chance. I like him. I like Tier 1 Alpha 2. I like Vol Signals. I like all those guys. All those guys do good stuff. But you can get triggers as a supporter. We do them for all I think we do them for all Mag 7, then we do all the indexes, and we do some of the shit codes like GME, AMC. They get updated twice a day. You can manipulate them and look at them and look for inflection points. You can look at velocity and all that kind of stuff. It's on our website. You can hack this. What we offer, you can hack if you're poor. I realize that some traders don't have a ton of money. There are ways for you to hack your experience cheaper if you need to. So start to think about that stuff. We're at the midway through the year, right? Start to think about your winners and your losers now. Start to think about your outlook, right? Think about what I said to you about this other guy that was like, we're doomed. It may not be in his time frame. And it may not be executable just yet. And especially this trade right here. If we lose, let me show this one more thing here. If we lose, this trade early, we already know that we're going into the season of volatility and the season of the bond market, right? That means what? All things equal, right? If we're at the left tails of volatility and we're going up, that means up in a big way, right? But all else equal, if we fail, that volatility in the bond market could pick up negatively, right? So big squeezes, also big down moves, right? But that does not fucking mean that you need to call it now. If we lose the market early and start crashing, look at how much space there is. You know, you can trade this right here. You can trade that right there. There's money in there. If you want to be a rock star and call the top of the market for a second leg down crash, you don't need to be calling it 30 fucking times until you're right. You look like a fucking clown when you do that. Don't you know that? I saw someone on FinTwit saying, why not just admit that you were wrong? Not to me, but to somebody else. They were like, you know, if that guy just admitted that he was wrong, everybody would be fine. And my point is that guy should never have been fucking calling it in the fucking first place. Fucking guy calls it like every goddamn week. If you begin to see a failure, how fucking hard is it to wait till right here to call it? What, because some other guy called it 30 times and was eventually right? Fuck that. You want to be known for being accurate. Unless you're just there for the bullshit internet points. And even then, if you call it and say, hey, man, the market is rolling over. That's the top. You don't need to have pin struck it. You need to show that the market is here and here. And hey, bro, we have a really good chance of trading from here to here. That's actionable. That's a high percentage win. What about down here? Well, if this is a major top and we were told no here and told no here, Bro, that's probably the top right here. And look at how much money we can make. Let's take the trade down. We'll get out of the trade before we get to the weekly trigger. But, bro, if we break below it and reject it once more, we'll take the next leg of that trade. And look at that money. And look at that money. Bam, 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 bam. Instead of calling this bullshit up here, you wait. And that's how you call tops and bottoms. You don't just say, oh, we're entering some weakness, I'm going to call a top. Hell, even right here, we're being measured on expectations, right? We're not saying zero. Being reasonable. We have seasonal weakness here and here. Do I think we're going all the way down here? Do I think we're going to jackknife down here? No. Reasonable expectations of some kind of a pullback. Likely in this time of the year. That's it. Simple. Still haven't hit that fucking high up there. Note that we have a high here and we have a lower high right here. They're trying to sell it right now. Yeah, 100% CDN. It's fucking rampant. We were in the Discord last night, and I was talking with guys last night about like fake follower accounts, fake support, or not subscribers, like fake support or fake likes, fake subscribers, fake views, why people use them, how to identify. There's actually companies you can see. You'll see like little blocks of followers and stuff. They'll buy them incrementally over time, and as they get washed out and caught by bots, there's if you're selling like a prop firm, you are the product. So like you'll start a YouTube channel, you'll buy fake viewers, fake comments, fake likes, and by the time Google AdSense and YouTube catches up to you, it doesn't really matter. Because you want the person that's watching your show, you'd be like, oh, that 30,000 people watch that show every day, bro. Guy's got to know what he's doing. But in fact, you're signing up for the prop firm. He's making the money off of you directly. There are other fucking people that go on YouTube and they'll fake everything until they get enough supporters, and then they're selling them a product. Ginsu knives, whatever the fuck it is. They were doing the Ginsu knives. NFTs, fucking this and that, gambling. Right here. While you hang out in my live stream for 8 hours a day, I'm sponsored by a gambling app. You can trade with me, and you can gamble your paycheck on a fucking gambling app, and I make money off you because you're in with me all day long. You know, it's just like nonstop, never-ending fucking bullshit. Yeah. But you guys, of course, put value in that. I get it. 30,000 viewers a day, man. Guy's got to know what he's doing. Million viewers every night. Guy's got to know what he's doing. Natural organic growth does not look like that. Natural organic growth is slow grind. That's what it is. Hard work. It really is. Like, we were talking about Jedi Marcus last night. Well, how many followers does he have? 30, 40,000? Guy's been on fucking FinTwit since the beginning. Guy's a gangster. DCP Cox, old floor trader. Jedi Marcus, old floor trader. They have natural growth. They should have 100,000 followers. They should have 200,000 followers, but they don't. It's fake. Bullshit. People that have those follow counts, it's not real for most of them. Not kidding. Or you are the product. Oh, God, it's everywhere. It's fucking rampant. I like Tradie Ticks. I like Stock Twits. I like them all. I don't even actually dislike Meet Kevin either. I did see somebody the other day that kind of pissed me off. That's a Furu, but everybody thinks he's great. Graham Steven, is it Graham Stevenson? I don't know if that's who it is. Did I get the wrong guy? Fuck did he say? He's slipping. Is it Graham Steven? I don't know if it's Graham Steven. He's like accepted as a smart guy. Yeah. Yeah, he did a show that said the housing market just flipped and sellers are panicking. That's false. He just did a video, 333,000 views. Housing market just flipped, sellers panicking. That's false. We are not in that market. We are not in seller panic market. Most homes today, there are no mortgages. Did you know that? Most homeowners own their house without a mortgage. It's like 60%. And then the percentage of people that buy homes with cash, through the roof. Do you also know that most people on average have owned their homes for more than a decade? They were buyers way before COVID. So even if home prices are blasting down right now, we have micro markets, and I can prove all this to you. I can show you the data. After 2008, the rules were changed for home buying, for leverage, all of that. So what he's talking about is a very small group of people. Very, very, very small. The housing market was fucking tight between the start of COVID to today. So even no new home buyers today, you know what they're doing? They're outbidding each other with cash in hand. That's why we have bid up properties. The people that can buy those properties at inflated prices are fucking rich. They have money. And the percentage of new homeowners since COVID is small. And even the people that were buying those houses were likely rolling out of homes they had equity in. So I bought a house for $150K a decade ago, sold it for $500,000-$600,000. I got a bunch of equity. I rolled it into a bigger mortgage. My mortgage small now, or I got a bunch of cash. There's no panic in the housing market right now. That fucking guy did that. And I'm like, that guy doesn't know what the he's lying. He's got to be. He's got 300,000 fucking people watching him. He's lying. The data doesn't support what he's saying at all. Zero. The housing market would literally need to go down like 70% for panic. Like that much. The housing market is literally robust. Does it need to come down? Should prices get cheaper? Yes. But there is no housing panic. And there won't be. Literally, there won't be. There will be no housing meltdown like in 2008. The housing market doesn't even look like that. Matter of fact, if you look at the housing data versus the housing data in 2008, it's glaring how robust the market is, even as it rolls lower. Let's talk about that too. You want to talk about that? I got something for you guys. I'm going to give you a quote. I have posted this previously, but I am a buyer for a food service distributor. We've made our bets and bought as far ahead as we could, locking in prices in doing so. The game now will be to wait and see who needs to increase prices first, because the last person to bump prices wins the extra market share. My estimate is that we won't see a lot of inflation until companies get through their buffer stock around the end of July, early August. Also seems to fall in line with seasonal weakness, which also happens to be after the July tariff day on July 8th. Once the old stock runs out and the new stock comes in at higher tariffs, then we will see price increases. A lot of people are hopeful that they will unfuck the system between here and there, but it kind of seems like we burnt the bridges behind us in this one. So I think inflation is a matter of time. He's wrong, by the way, rather than something we have potentially dodged. Now, if you want to learn more about inflation and how persistent and sticky it is, the more time that's bought, the more opportunity for new companies to come on board and offer products at a cheaper cost. While one company can't pass it along, or fakes or lies pass it along, or even if the entire market absorbs and accepts some of this inflation, normally if the consumer is well off, which they still are, you may in fact absorb some sticky inflation. But there will come a time where you will not, and you will rebel. That is a part of capitalism, part of the natural business cycle. Time is old, it's a tale as old as time. You can look at companies that are now out of favor. One that comes to mind off the top of my head that I've told you about for years now is McDonald's. And they're getting downgrades, aren't they? If you want to know more information about inflation, I highly recommend that you check out Wolf Richter. He just, as a matter of fact, just had an article come out. And he's got two great articles. Check this out. He's got Tariff Inflation Watch. That came out just yesterday. And I think before this article was dropped, I posted this on same thing on Twitter. I said PCE was whipped to the saw to the downside. It's going to whipsaw back up. You're going to get a slightly hot print, and then you're going to have to start to watch inflation. You should read the commentary within this article. I'm going to post it for you in the Discord right now. Just read the comments in that article so you have a better understanding of tariffs and their impacts on the economy. The other thing that Wolf posted today, which I'm fascinated by, was a new article called Recession Watch. My favorite recession indicator, mid-June update. So you know that you've got people out there that are spreading BS about a recession. Here is this one. Now, there's no commentary in this, but he does talk about his favorite recession indicator. You should also note that Larry Williams has a recession indicator too. If you don't know about that, there's two of them. And I think both of them use somewhat similar recession indicators. But if you are looking for one, there's an article there that explains how to look for an actual recession. If you are looking for the other recession indicator, I'm going to post it inside the Discord right now. Especially if you are a new member. If you're a new member, new in the past month, I want you to read this. so that you can stay with us in our outlook on the year. That was the base case back in November, December, and it has proven true this entire year. Excuse me. Trump saying Israeli strike is not imminent. Uh-oh.
With Iran.
Now, Israel strike could very well happen. We're doing taco war. Trump, I don't want to say an Israeli strike is imminent.
Voice news disconnected.
I'm in favor of letting Chinese students stay. Thought we were kicking them all out. I'm disappointed in Russia and Ukraine. We'll get a Russia-Ukraine deal, but I'll be disappointed if it's not done. Also goes on to say Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. R1 is at 604.54. I'd really like to see us trade this. I don't care if we fail it, hit it, and fail, or sit and park on it. I do want to see us at least hit it. I want to see us hit 604. It's almost 12:54, 1 p.m. right now. Well, prices will come down in the housing market, and they are coming down. But there's a difference between that and the panic-inducing. People are panicking. They're not fucking panicking. There's a small group panicking possibly, but that group of people that are panicking are a small group within a small group. So you have a tight housing market from 2019 until now in most markets. Not everyone. Markets are very dependent upon where you are. An example would be Austin is its own market, right? And housing prices have come down drastically. Why is that, though? Because they have built tons of new housing there to become more affordable. But the number of people that have bought houses in the last 2025 since 2019, last 6 years, is small. And within that small group of people, 60% paid cash. The other 40% is even a smaller group. So if anyone's upside down right now in the market, it's like an infantilely small part of the market. It's tiny. It's like this big. So when you hear things like panic, doom, all this other shit, it's like, who? Who is panicking? And even the people that are in that smaller group likely came out of a home that they had lots of equity in. So even if they're like, I bought that house for 900 grand and now it's down to 600 or 700 grand, they're like, that guy's upside down. No, he isn't. He rolled equity from a prior home that he owned before fucking COVID. That guy can withstand the market coming down. We made these changes in 2008. We're in the situation we're in right now because of the resiliency of home buyers. So you're talking about a group within a group within a group. It's very similar to inflation. Well, tariffs went up 25% on aluminum. That beer company's fucked. No. That beer probably went up just a few cents. Now, they're going to tell you they have to raise prices, or maybe prices have been raised everywhere. So, yes, maybe their inputs have gone up. But it's not because of what it's costing them. Maybe their costs elsewhere have gone up. Everybody's fucking everybody. That's possible. But it's not due to tariffs. It's due to greed. Greed. It's also due to what? The consumer being well off, who claim they are not, but they are. So you can absorb some of those costs, can't you? I hate it, but I can afford it. Or I haven't revolted. Or I'm lazy. You can't conflate both of those things together as being the same. What are we doing here? There we go. See what we got going on here. Watch us just start melting up. Start blowing people out. Well, there's a bunch of stuff that they do, right? Like CEOs of companies are ruthless. They really are. I worked for them. I used to be in the C-suite. They're monsters. On public, they're not monsters. They're like, oh, that guy's so nice. If you sit in a room in a C-suite, they're not nice. They're fucking monsters. They're evil. They're capitalists. And the first thing they do is, what do? They're like, oh, they're talking about tariffs. Let's start raising prices. Let's see if they can absorb them. Raise prices. They're not trying to find cheaper or less or better packaging or a scam like value meals like McDonald's did. They'll resort to those things as they need to. Once you start to revolt, they might start doing some of that stuff, and they don't even do it in your favor. Shrinkflation. Throwaway clothes. How many T-shirts do you buy and they last 3 washes? You're like, God, that thing's falling apart. God, that thing's got a stain in it. God, the print's coming off. I got it cheap, though. They're giving you either what? Less, bigger packaging, inferior, less quality, less ingredients. Hey, let's remove that. It's input costs. They'll do anything they can to pass that along to you. And all you have to do is say, fuck it, I ain't doing it. Now, if we're worse off as a consumer, you would do that. You'd say, my shit's actually tight. Honey, we can't afford this. You know what, honey? We're not getting the Campbell's tomato soup. We're going to get the off-brand. Well, I can't do that, honey. Oh, fuck yeah, you can. We don't have the fucking money. We're not going to make rent. And that's how the consumer revolts against those increases. And while that's all going on and McDonald's is losing market share, there's other companies that come out and say, fuck it, I can do it cheaper. I can take less profit. I don't have a bunch of debt in my company. I am the new guy on the block. And eventually, new companies come out and replace these old companies that refuse to budge. Story as old as time. GE, Sears, Kmart, Holiday Inn, Howard Johnson's. How many car companies? The litany of them, right? Clothing. The jeans that you buy today are not the jeans that I was able to buy when I was a kid. Go to Levi's. Go to Levi website. The jeans that I wore as a kid now cost $350 to $700. You refuse to pay that money, so they sell you an inferior jean today, don't they? You're like, I buy Levi's for 30 or $50. Sure you do. But they're not the same fucking Levi's I wore when I was a kid in any way, shape, or form. So these companies will fuck you as much and as long as they can. And as long as you believe it, you'll accept it. And if you don't accept it, they'll try to scam you. And if you continue to accept it, you'll keep buying it. Or if it's just acceptable enough, like Levi's. Hey, you know what? We are going to continue to offer those kick-ass Levi's, but you got to pay this high price. But we'll offer you a knockoff. Do you like them? Yeah, I love them. Did they last you 5 years? Sure. Is that, you like that? Sure. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So sweet. Levi stays in business. Some companies don't, though. What the fuck is he saying? Is that really Jim Cramer? Jim Cramer's out of his fucking mind. We are literally in the window right now. From Friday, listen to me closely here. From Friday into July 3rd, this is the time to roll your trades. Believe that. My God. Everybody is doing it. Jim Cramer said that? What's wrong with him? And he's like the closest thing to a friend of retail there is. What a fucking savage. He can't. Why did he really say that? Like, we are literally at the, we're right there within a day or two. Like, we are like at the moment where you begin your hedging. We're not at the end of it, but you're at the beginning of it right now. We're in the ballpark to hit the side of a barn. Fuck me. They fucking just, they hate us, don't they? Retail, fuck them. Die, retail, die. I swear we can't get a leg up anywhere. I kind of like, I mean, I don't mind Jim Cramer, to be honest with you. He does a good job. He is the closest thing to a friend of retail, honestly. I know you might disagree with that, but he really is. But he shouldn't have made that tweet. He's wrong. He's actually pretty accurate. His like stock picks, if you actually track his stock picks, he's got like a 70% win rate. Right around 70%. He does a really good job. He just gets shit on because of the losers. They're like, oh, look at that one loser right there. He's actually not as bad as you'd think. But then he says stupid shit like that, and I'm like, well, God, bro, what is that for? Like, this is a perfect place to hedge. You're literally going to catch a print. I guess the question would be, do you think we're ever going to come back to 600 this year? Your answer should be yes. You probably have about a 70% chance that we will see 600 or lower at least once this year. There's a fair chance of that happening. Well, I think he does. I think he does some of that. I think he does do some of that. No, I'm not an inverse Kramer guy. I am not. I am the opposite of that. I had a developer once show me a program that tracked all of his calls for stocks, and he had a spreadsheet of them all. And this was about 2 years ago, I think. Right at the peak of the meme to inverse Kramer. Had a guy show me all of Jim Cramer's picks. In reality, the guy's fucking a rock star. I was blown away. We were actually going to put that inverse Kramer indicator on our website to disprove Zeitgeist. he actually is correct. He's right about 70% of the time. He's not on my radar either. I agree with you. And I do know about the thing with Jon Stewart when he was telling people to buy. I was actually in crypto at that time, many, many moons ago. Silk Road and shit like that. I used to watch Jon Stewart back in the day, too. That was during the 2007, 2008 meltdown. Yeah, I was in crypto then. We'll watch this closely here. I don't trade with Kramer or anything like that. I know that he's fucked over a lot of people or been perceived as fucking over a lot of people. Yeah, all right, the manipulates part. That video is cool. I've seen that video too. He was being pretty honest though. That is true about hedge funds. Those are the guys, like in the morning, those are the guys. So when you see like a stop here, when you're back testing and you see like the quick blood down and then back up again, that's them. That's a hedge fund. You normally. They do manipulate price too. Yeah, it's not like we don't know that. And it's not just him either. That's an industry standard. So I don't think it's anything like. I think if anything, he was being honest about something that other. You get sometimes some people be honest about it. Mostly they don't. But yeah, I agree with you, Talking Monkey. He was saying the quiet part out loud. He's not the only one though that's been honest. Who's another guy? There's another old. Let me see if I can find this guy. Hold on here. All right. Check 1, 2. Yeah, you can hear me. Hang tight, guys. There's another guy that's pretty honest about that stuff. Let me see if I can find this guy. He's an old school trader.
Our national.
Wait a minute here. What is that? Oh, that's wrong. Who's that guy? Oh, we were looking at that guy last night, weren't we? Hold on here. Let me see if I can find this guy. I don't know where he is. I'll try to find him. There's another guy like Jim Cramer, but he's an old school hedge fund guy. I don't know his name. I'll look for him. He's like a guy from like the 1980s and shit. The guy made like a bunch of videos way back in the day. I'll try to find him. There's this other guy. He talks like Jim Cramer. He's got like old school like chalkboards behind him, and he's like, "Oh, this is exactly. I'm going to show you exactly what the hedge funds do." And it was like the same shit Cramer was saying. Oh, cool. Thanks, Bugs. I haven't seen that guy before. I don't think I've ever seen that video. There's another guy that it looks just like that though. Guy's got like chalkboards behind him. And he's like, I'm explaining exactly what the hedge funds do, and it's just like what Kramer said. Yeah, they do. They peddle their own. CNBC is like. I always like how some of these guys are like, the poor should pick up their bootstraps, like out of one mouth, and then they're on CNBC begging for money. Like, what is this? Let me check. Let me look him up and see if this is the guy. The guy that I'm thinking of. Let's check. No, but I've seen that guy. That guy's cool as fuck. Actually, I do have something cool. Hold on here. I got something cool for you guys. I do have something cool here. Hold on. This is I got Vol Wiz's favorite video. I don't know if I should share it. Hold on here. Some of you guys probably know this video. Let me where's Vol Wiz? This is Vol Wiz and I will watch this shit late night sometimes. Hold on here. There we go. Hold on here. Did that download? Yeah. I got one for you guys. Hold on. Paul Tudor Jones. This guy fucking this guy like became a day trader. I think it shows his journey in becoming a day trader. An old school PBS. Watch this one right here. You guys, all you aspiring day traders, watch out here. We've got some markets getting quiet now. It is 1 o'clock, and today is Thursday, which means we are getting the 30-year bond auction. Be careful here. I'll be right back. Having the time of your life. Who's the guy that I'm looking for? Man, I gotta find this guy. I haven't seen his videos in a long time. He's an old trader. Oh, put that back up. Treasury 30-year yield 4.859% before the $2 billion auction. 30-year bond yield 4.844%. The forecast was 8.19%. Not bad. Not bad. Not a D. I don't know what Andy's gonna rate it today, but I'd call it like a. I'd call it good, not bad. Hey, we got an A+. Sweet. Good job, Andy. Did they get? Yeah, I think they might have given him shit this week. I like Andy. He catches a lot of grief out there. Yeah, you go risk off into these things. They're not well. So let's talk about bond auctions.
This is Donald J. Trump.
Voice news
It's
disconnected.
really me. And I'm
So bond auctions are opportunities for sell side. If you write that down in your little trader book and you say bond auctions are sell side opportunities, and bond auction moons, you missed it. That's okay. All you need to know is that it's an opportunity for sell side. If you took that trade 10 times, you'd be better off just not taking the trade and not being a hindsight trader. Allow sell side to hedge and get into that trade to the downside. And once that volatility passes, if you want to re-enter along, you can. But if you're in like a zero date or anything like that, like zero date day trader futures, don't bother. Don't be long, like to the upside. Just let those guys have it. It's a moment, in my view, of time of day, and also data wise, it usually offers some ability for the market to move. So, and usually in a negative way. So for me, at least, no matter what the expected is in the auction, I just like to step away from it. Let the auction come out, and if the auction is good, you can get long again. But you can get annihilated in auctions. I've seen it; it's ugly. So don't do it. Yeah, it's still right now. I'm thinking here that people want the market to go down, regardless of auction. I would like to see us just hit this one right here. Just hit it. I don't care what we do here. I don't care if we reject it here, pop up. Just want that one hit right there. There's a reason for that too. For future performance. I'd like to see one more down move into tomorrow. We may not get it. We're in compressed time right now. I've got our outlook. Go look at this really quick. I would like to see one more down move. And we're not getting it right now. I wanted this to roll earlier. Maybe we get that. Maybe there's possibility we do have that as early strike and we get it in the overnight. Maybe. I would like to see that one more down move personally. Even if it works itself out, something like this. I'd like to see one more down move here into Friday morning for Michigan sentiment. But I can be wrong. So if we hit this, the key would be, let me just show you this really quick. Drawings, yeah. So the only thing you really need to know here is, this is your prior high, right? Just for time and option wise, I would really like to see some kind of a failure in here, and then Rampo-Rama on Friday. But I am open to the idea that we even go this high and then fail. But I am open to the idea if we were to get a new high and then ramp the close. But this is like 610. I don't see it right now. I see it next week, though, but I don't see it right now. So, in my view, I'd really like to see this come up on Friday, and then into expiration and OPEX, we smash that and smash higher. So just be patient here. I still think I think this is a valid trade up, right? We talked about this trade this morning and yesterday. Hey, watch out. They're going to buy the dip and send it back up. But I really, really want to see that next leg down. I really, really do. 1, 2, and 3. I would really like to see this into the bell and then down more, as deep as I can get it. Maybe it has something to do with the Israeli thing, Iran thing, maybe. I really want to see that. But if we get up here, get the new high, and we get into a Michigan sentiment and it's up, okay, fuck it. We start rolling it higher. Roll that down, then start smashing the fuck out of people into OPEX. But the one rule would be wherever we are right now, this is where FOMO lives. So if we go up there and tag that, I think this is all FOMO in my own view. I'm not a buyer of dips here. I'd rather be waiting down here at this point. So if you're trying to buy a dip, I think we're close to a top. And I think there's a lot of FOMO in here with no edge. Now you could trade this as long as we're above the 1 minute trigger. So I'm not against it. No, I don't want to hide anything. There we go. I'm not against here, hold on. I'm not against taking this trade. Make sure I got that right. Yep. I'm not against taking this trade. I just think you're chasing peanuts at this point. And there's a lot of danger in here. I think this is the place to be hands off and just see what the behavior is. Matter of fact, if we went up here, I'd rather buy the back test. I'd rather buy that, or I'd rather buy lower. Let's see the 30-minute. Maybe I'm wrong. I am wrong. We are getting bullish here. That hourly, well, it's neutral right now. That's 30-minute velo. Man, I wonder if they front run this shit. There is a moment here where there is a thesis here that being above 6,000 is not only supportive, but triggers this squeeze. Not only that, but you've got a cross coming up here. Half an hour triggers crossing. That's extremely bullish. Let me just check this again. Hold on here. I got to look closer at this. Is that half hour trigger not bullish? It's kind of bullish. God, it's looking primed up to take everybody's fucking stops again. With a lot of pain up. This is where the pain is right here. There's definitely pain up there. I still think it's risky. I don't think there's edge here. I still like the trade lower. Trying to think maybe they're getting it up here because there is going to be a strike tonight. That's possible. If we get any Israel doom overnight, Israel Iran doom, you'd squeeze it up here and then sell the overnight and no matter what the downside move is, the trend stays alive. So it would look like this. So this, sorry. So if this is Friday, right? Whatever that low is, you'd squeeze it up. Only to give the room for Iran and Israel doom down here. Gives enough room for like, oh God, we just bombed Israel in the overnight. Wake back up on Friday morning and we get the good news with Michigan consumer sentiment, maybe. See how close we are here? If we zoom out a little bit, we're still within range to come down. This is a 1 minute chart. This is going to look like a wick. Maybe they are expecting a bombing tonight. I don't see why, though. Like, I was reading the Trump stuff earlier. Like, Trump is not scheduled, or Trump said that the agreement or the negotiations are 3 days as of yesterday. So that's today, tomorrow, and Saturday. I don't see why we would bomb Iran before the deadline. I honestly don't. I don't see why we would ever do that. I don't know. The U.S. is not like that. The U.S. usually, even in wartime, will give you. We don't like trick people out. We're like, hey, we're gonna attack you on fucking Saturday at 1 p.m. Well, they don't actually say that. They'll say like they say the deadline for negotiations, let's say, is Saturday at 1 p.m. Once we hit that deadline, they say now from here until next week at a time of our choosing, we're going to launch an attack. So they even give you that time period. They don't want civilians dying. I know that you think that they do, but they don't. They don't want collateral damage. I don't like. There's no surprise sneak attacks. Israel does that shit, but the U.S. doesn't. So I don't know. Maybe it is Israel that's going to do it overnight. I've seen Israel do that. They did that with the cell phones, right? They didn't give a fuck, did they? But the U.S. is not known for that stuff. The U.S. rarely does anything without prior warning of some kind. Hey, stop that. Hey, stop that. Hey, stop that. Okay, we're now going to send some ships over there. Last warning. We're here now. You know what I mean? Well, you get some pretty fair warning from the U.S. at least, normally. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I've never seen the U.S. act like that. That is a good question. Heel tone. It is. If there would be like a doctrine change. I've never encountered that. Not in modern history. I haven't. From our side, at least. Gamma stepping. Here, I'm gonna read something to you. Hold on, I'm gonna read something here to you. It's possible. Yes, conditions are ripe. Conditions are ripe for gamma stepping. I don't think it happens until. I don't think it. I can happen. I'll rephrase all of this. Let's start with this. Is there a chance that we can gamma step today? Yes, we're coming into the window of gamma stepping. I don't think it happens until Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, but yes, it's possible that it happens today. So I'll give you that. We are in the window to gamma step. I think the more probable outcome is that we would squeeze here and fail, or squeeze here and fail. I think that's the most probable outcome. If you think that's gamma stepping, sure. I think, though, the real gamma step is next week, and it's much higher. It's like 609, 610, 612, a big, big move. Now, I want to read something to you. Let me see if I can find it here. And I really liked this take on it, on gamma. This is adjacent to gamma stepping. I'm just going to read the first few things to you. This is from Scott. Now listen to this closely, okay? This is from Scott. I'm not going to read everything to you, but I like his take on this. He says, gauging, speculating on how dealer options exposure could move markets is a more complex guessing game than these quant derivative desks make it seem. First of all, it is impossible to know if at a certain strike open interest is mostly long or short, or if this position is paired up with underlyings, or if this open interest around certain strikes is part of a large vertical, calendar, or a butterfly spread or straddles strangles, which would affect dealer dynamic coming into, especially dynamic hedging coming into expirations in an entirely different way. Now, he goes on to talk about the JPM collar. He says, although in the JPM collar situation, that's pretty clear cut. That fund is short dealers long 40,059.05 June 30th calls, and that put dealers in positive gamma on that specific position. Index sellers as their long calls go higher, and buyers as the market goes lower. This is the vol dampening effect dealers have on markets. And then there's all the other derivative stuff, the leveraged ETFs that rebalance in billions on sizable moves, the exploding volume in zero-date option exposure, and the standard OPEX open interest gamma in the giant tech stocks that force dealers to buy more of those stocks as they rise. So it's like there are several dueling gamma vortexes at work at the same time, especially as we get closer to expiration. That's why you'll hear like we're in a window for these potential outcomes to happen. Now, consider my original point, right? There are two separate takes on gamma exposure and how that affects the index. First, a more standard old school approach that most calls above are deemed to be sold to dealers. And thus, when you get above 6,000, which is we're above, right? There is pressure to revert back to the round strike by dealers, something that would support what we have been seeing in the markets, as 6,000 has had a pretty firm gravitational pull since the beginning of June. Does that make sense? But then you have the celebrity. We're not talking about that yet, but I'm not going to go into the rest of it. But the point here being is that there's so much going on the strike level of individual symbols and their option chains. Then there's so much going on the indexes and their options chains on a daily basis, on a weekly basis, then on a quarterly basis, that it's hard to predict. And you could take any argument right now into expiration and OPEX and month end, and you could argue any of those outcomes, including gamma stepping. And we are above 6,000, which triggers squeeze ability. You're like flipping CTAs into now buyers and dealers, and then do we unwind? Do we not unwind? If we don't break hourly trigger anywhere between now and next 3 weeks, or even daily trigger, you would trigger flows to the upside too. Now, when that happens, I don't know. I do revert back to candles always. and inflection points, unless we break above them. So let's look at that one more time. So I think I showed this just a moment ago, so I'll show it again. So when we're in these mechanical trades, right, or we are entering, we're entering like a vortex, or I think Andy calls it a vortex. I call it a tractor beam. We're in this mechanic, like we're entering more and more of a mechanical trade as we get closer and closer and closer into OPEX, expiration, month end, where the market starts to be taken over by competing delta hedging, gamma hedging, all kinds of shit, right? Like you got really rapidly changing Greeks, and then you've got flows like ripping into the market, coming out of the market. You've got people putting on or closing trades they've been in for a quarter and then rolling into new trades. You have so much going on that it's hard to predict what the outcomes will be. As a matter of fact, while we're all focusing on this stuff, there could be some guys out there going, everything's going to collapse and we're going to get really fucking bearish and nobody knows it. So like you come back after the 30th and all of a sudden the market's shifted trend, and we're none the wiser as we're trying to focus on this kind of crap. So there's a ton going on. Now, because of that, the only thing that you should be looking at here, or what's important here, in my view, is that you stick with your rules. And this is why we always talk about rules. Like, it's important. Rules are important. When you're uncertain, whether bullish or bearish, like, hey, I'm bullish when we're going to squeeze, right? We're going to squeeze up there. That's where we're going. We're going to start cranking. And even Elliott Wave right now calls this is happening. If you guys get Elliott Wave charts from us, here, matter of fact, let me show you what Elliott Wave's telling us. So the Elliott Wave goes counter to what I think is going to happen. Just as an idea. So, right, so there's competing ideas as to what happens here. So we have market dynamics that are rapidly changing, option dynamics that are rapidly changing as we enter. So we know we've got a window coming up, right? Hold on here. We have a rapidly changing environment as we enter some key places. The close on Friday, the 18th, and the 20th. And a whole bunch of stuff's going on in here, right? And you got people beginning to roll their positions over here too, right? And we have inflection points and any back tests this week and down here, and including the end of month. So there's like big range of outcomes in here, and we don't know if we're going to break above or below or when it starts or doesn't start. Okay? So what I try to do is be aware of this upside stuff over here as we enter into this tractor beam of OPEX of expiration in a month and a quarter. Quarterly OPEX, triple witching, but I try to revert back to my old reliable. You know, forget about everything. Not forget, still use like traditional charting, Elliott Wave, Gamma, Delta, fucking Rho, Vega, you name it, right? ICT, Elliott Wave, whatever it is you're using. There's always something reliable that I talk to you about. Whenever you're uncertain, you always remember all of those tools, indicators, and stuff like that, right? But then you always revert back to being what? a price action trader with rules. Candlesticks. That's it. It's fairly simple, right? Now you can use velocity and triggers with price action. This is what the velocity and triggers is price action trading. So if I want to see the market roll and go down, what if it doesn't? What if I'm wrong? What if we are gamma stepping? Well, then I stick with my rules, right? In uncertainty. Right? So I know that this is the prior high. Right? I know that we also have a wick here, right? I have a prior high right here. It's fairly easy to see, right? This is the 1 minute trigger. Until this 1 and 5 minute trigger fail, or even the hourly trigger fail, I've got some places to buy a dip, right? Got a place to buy the dip here. I got a place to buy the dip here. I can trade this all up until it fails, right? I can take that whole trade. I can raise my stops as we go. And even if I'm wrong, I can day trade this up until it fails. Whether it fails there, there, or there, or there, I don't care. And I can also look for what? A new high or a failure of a new high, a new high or a failure of a new high, or a new high or a failure of a new high, failure of a new high. So if all the indicators and systems and fundamentals and technicals agree with me, I still use my rules. If none of those things agree with me, I still use my rules. They go hand in hand when they agree with technicals or fundamentals and when they disagree with fundamentals and technicals. Sometimes you'll hear John L. say, your technicals don't matter or your fundamentals don't matter. What matters is price action. Now, if you put them both or the three of those things or even theories with those things all together as a whole, you can use them all together. So if you're like, hey, I'm an Elliott Wave practitioner, a racer gang, right? That's okay. You can be a racer gang, but price action rules, right? So if you're like, well, I'm going to draw this like beautiful crayon drawing, we should do this and that. If we begin to fail that outlook, you rely upon price action in front of you and take the trade down against your own expectation. Does that make sense? So let's look at this on a smaller frame. Show all that again. Show all that right now. Look on a 1 minute. Time, price, and expectations. I would like to hit this one right here. The price that I want to see hit is 603.99, 604. We know there'll be supply at 604 and 605, right? We also have 606.39, right? And we have an R1 up here of 604.51. We are squeezing right now. And we can do something else here too, right? We can start to draw support, right? There's some support right there. We're above the 1 minute trigger, so it's meeting our rules to stay long. Look at this together. So stops higher, target here, 2 targets. Target right here. It's not like you can't stay long here, even though we have an outlook of rolling. Oh, hold on here. You have another target here too. There's PT1, PT2. I always prefer to be a buyer of dips in the hourly trigger. If it doesn't meet your rules, you don't have to be in every trade. So in your brain, you don't need to write all this out at home. This is where the pain trade is. So now you've got what? You've got some targets. Currently, we're above the 1 minute trigger, so you're long, right? Regardless of market conditions, regardless of where we should go. Let's watch it right now. Raise your stops right here. Yeah, the 30-minute trigger is helping the squeeze too. The Momo. I think this is better trade with a spread or futures. This grind. I agree with you. I don't like the up and down to the 5. See this right here? Whenever we do this, like up to the 5 minute, up here, down to the 5 minute, up here, down to the 5 minute, we're trying to get price somewhere without paying options. You can just kind of see that. We've already been up here too. We hit this yesterday. We hit 605. We hit 606 in pre-market. We could be returning to the scene early. Scene of the crime is right here. So you do this in cash, and then we roll down into Friday morning. I'm gonna think that this might be war stuff. Creating a buffer for the overnight. We are on track. We're on a tractor beam into OPEX, so they may not want to disrupt that into the war doom bullshit. Get price up high enough to buffer. Dealers could be hedging this right now. Yeah, there's a lot of trades. I'm with you on that. There's no missed trades right now. Like, we're being offered like 4 or 5 kick-ass trades every day. I'm with you, McHaggis. What are you asking, Kurt? Oh, what was my MOS? Okay, so I started out as the 13 bang bang. I started off in field artillery. That was my combat arms experience. Then I got so I was in combat arms, right? I got out right before 2001, and they weren't taking any prior service, so I had to backdoor myself with my original recruiter. And I went through basic training twice. And then I went to like S12 and was like a one on my prior history and shit. I got a kick-ass story about that shit. It was fucking crazy. And I wanted back in the army because I was bored. I was like, well, I want to go in the guard, right? I'm like, I'm gonna go in the guard because guard's fucking awesome. Guard's a fucking blast. Well, it was prior to 9/11. How about this? Before 9/11, the guard was awesome. Well, there was good and bad about it. You could get like the guard is really cool because it's like you got state benefits and shit like that. It's weekends, couple weeks a year. At that time, the guard was never deployed for long periods of time. And I was like, well, I'm going to join the fucking guard, right? And so I went to go get back into the guard, and I went to fucking MEPS, right? So hold on. So first I tried to get back in. They wouldn't accept me. There was no prior service. They were shedding everybody. And so I couldn't get in. So then I went to my original recruiter. He got me. He's like, you can get back in. You can join the guard. You just say that you're not prior service. I'll run a packet for you. We'll get you down to MEPS. So I'm like, cool. So I go down to fucking MEPS, right? And I fucking failed my my vision test. I went colorblind. I was like color deficient, but at that point I'd gone full colorblind. So I go down to fucking MEPS and they're like, sorry, buddy, no combat arms for you. And I'm like, what? So I'm like, well, fuck, what am I going to do, right? So then I started looking at the reserves. This is pre 9/11. And I'm like, the reserves, which is completely different than the guard. Completely fucking different. You're a federal, just federal. You're not state and federal. And so I fucking I was like, what can I do in the reserves? And I was like, what pays a lot? Are there any like ground pounder, fucking door kicker, life taker, heartbreaker roles? They're like, no. And I'm like, well, what can I do? And they're like, well, we've got some jobs that pay a huge bonus. And I'm thinking to myself at the time. So at the time, I'm like, okay, what do you got with like high bonuses, easy stuff, easy I can show up on the weekend, all that stuff. And you got to remember the mentality was like pre 9/11, no deployments, none of that shit, right? And they were like, oh, you can be a driver. I was like, what's a driver? And they're like, well, you can drive any wheeled vehicle in the military. It's an 88 mic. You can take this as a MOS. And I'm like, okay, what's the payout? And they're like, at that time it was like 20 grand or something, or 30 grand. And I wasn't thinking to myself, why is there such a big bonus on this easy ass job? Like easy, right? So I sign up for the new MOS 88 mic, right? I go through basic, tell them that I'm actually a prior service. They kind of knew that I was, and then once I admitted to it, I got smoked and all that kind of shit. So anyways, I'm already through all this shit, so they got to keep me in anyways. So I fucking stay in. I got my prior MOS, got all my history and shit, my packet, and fucking, and then so basically I reclass as an 88 mic. I have combat arms, prior MOS, right? And I fucking, and so I'm fucking in the army, right? In like, I swear to God, it was like 9 months later or some shit. I think I got out. I got out of second round of basic and AIT. Oh, the first time I did OSIT, and the second time I did fucking split training with females, and that was bizarre. Like that whole basic training cycle was way different. We used to like run everywhere, then we marched everywhere, like wore sneakers and shit. Like it was really bizarre. But anyways, I went back in the second time, and at that time, my thesis was, I think everybody's thesis was, you never get deployed for longer than like a day less than 30-day orders, or even if something pops off, like fucking 5 months, 29 days, and a fucking wake up and you're out of there. 9/11 happens. Fucking like guard units getting fucking 3, 4, 5, 6 deployments. Fucking, fucking 565-day orders cut for you. Fucking 3, 4, 5 fucking times. Like, no, fuck no. Fort Sill and then Fort Lost in the Woods. Fort Sill and Fort Lost in the Woods. Red-legged. I was a red-leg man. Relaxin' Jackson. Never went there. Oh, and that's the other thing. I fucking went to my second round of basic I did at Fort Lost in the Woods. And at that time, it was like the home of chemical. Listen to this. It was the fucking home of combat engineers, chemical, and military police at that time. I know they've been moving those guys around over the past decade or so, or has it been that long? I don't fucking know. 15 years maybe now. Jesus Christ, I'm getting old. Maybe it was longer now. 17. Jesus Christ, I'm getting old. So I signed up for like an 8-year bid, right? Like 6 and 2, and I was there, and I'm like, oh, this is all easy, and fuck no, it was. Well, it was easy in terms of like we didn't run everywhere, and we got smoked the fuck just like I did in OSIT training. They smoked the fuck out of us. Then they were still doing. They had just started. Like when I went in the first time, it was hand-to-hand combat was like kill, kill, kill. The second time I went in, they just started teaching you like jujitsu and yoga and stuff like that, but not a bunch. They were still smoking motherfuckers like crazy. Matter of fact, I was one of the slowest guys in my 2 mile. My second time around, I was running like a 10:50 2 mile. Guys don't do that shit anymore in the Army. Bunch of fucking fat body, hoagie bait eating motherfuckers, but now they are. But I was slow then. But even then, they were still smoking people. I saw drill sergeants beat people up, even at that time period. Even with integration, there were still just changes starting to be made, like wearing sneakers and shit, and like to go here and there. But the cool part about that fucking, or the things about, so I go to Fort Lost in the Woods, and I'm like, oh, this is gonna be easy. It's rare echelon motherfuckers, right? It wasn't that easy. It was still difficult. It was still the base training was still rough. Like mostly, I think because they had all these other fucking like high speed motherfuckers there. Like sappers are dirty fuckers. Like sappers are badasses. If you don't know, you don't ever want to become a sapper. Fucking like those guys go through fucking brutality. They fucking smell, stink. They fucking run through the fucking dog shit. And then you get like chemical. Those fucking guys will gas you all day long. I've never been gassed in my entire life as much as I had been at Lost in the Woods. And then I had a guy tell me it was the Great State of Misery, and I had no idea how fucking cold it got there. They had like fucking freezing rain, driving sideways in wind all winter long. Froze my balls off there. Froze my fucking balls off at that place. And then what else do I recall about that? Oh, the military police. You do like what's it called? Not as an FTX. I forget what it was called at that time. But you get like it was Op 4 and shit like that. So you'd get like the military police were cocksucking. Sorry, I'll be quiet about that. Military police will be fucking douchebags, zip tie your ass, hurt your wrists and shit. Then you'd have the fucking chemical guys gassing you fucking 24 hours a day. Fucking, it sucked. It sucked balls. Well, that's true. So I haven't told that part yet. So then I went 88 Mike, and when I went to 88 Mike, my first duty station was combat engineers. Fucking combat engineers, fucking sappers, right? So my first duty station with combat engineers, I wound up getting a sweet job. I was a driver for, that general that was talking yesterday? Guys like him. Like, you've never heard of that general before, that 2-star general yesterday? The Army's got those fucking guys and these like really, really obscure, like, the U.S. military has like U.S. Army Command, and you've never even heard of these guys and these units, especially the reserves. Like, the reserves have a fuck ton of leadership. So I'm in the reserves. I get a job, and the slots in the reserves are way better than the guard. Like, if you're a guard soldier, you're stuck in your home state. You can't leave. If you're a reservist, you can fucking go anywhere and get a station, right? Anywhere you want, right? If a slot's open, you can apply to it. You get it. You move, and you can go and live wherever you want. And you can stay there for like excuse me, I think they give you 90 days to get there, and then you have to like stay at that duty station for like 6 months or something, unless you get orders, some shit like that. So, anyways, I'm in the fucking reserves. We're pre 9/11, right? I'm in a combat arms unit. Jesus Christ, I'm getting old. I got to think about this shit. I'm in a combat arms unit for engineers. 9/11 happens. Right? So I'm sleeping. Matter of fact, at that time, I bought a shitty camper and I was living in a campground on the beach. True story. And it was fucking awesome. And I got no responsibilities, right? Fucking, I'm out of college, I'm out of the Army, I'm all this shit, I'm having a good time. And that morning of 9/11, that fucking morning, right? My alarm clock was going off. I had like a radio alarm clock, and it was the bad news. It just started. And I had a pager that started beeping. Beep, 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 right? So I pull out a flip phone, I call, and my commander's like, or my LT's like, get your ass down here right fucking now. And I'm like, what do you mean? And he's like, you don't know? And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm just waking up. And I can hear the radio